Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Pascal Show. Hopefully you guys are all doing well, enjoying your Wednesday. It is hump day. Hopefully your hump day is a fantastic one. All right. The trial has started. It hasn't started, but it has begun. Johnny Depp is already sitting on his side, at his bench or at his table right now. Team Depp and Team Heard are up, have approached the bench, have approached the judge. They're in the middle of having a conversation right now of, I don't even know, God knows what. But anyway, we are going to be, sorry, I just had to adjust a few things. I'm very excited about today. Hopefully it's a good one. You wonder why. You ask me why. Well, because there's possibly Kate Moss will be taking the stand. So I'm very, very excited about that. It should be a very revealing testimony, and hopefully it'll be the final nail in the coffin for everything that's been going on as far as this whole craziness that's been going down. It is day 22 of the trial. We got 2 more days after today. So hopefully today is a revealing one. Hopefully today is dope as hell. Hopefully today isn't as, yesterday was kind of a weird roller coaster ride. It was very interesting in the very beginning, and then it just kind of got boring. Then Jennifer Howell came on. That was okay. And then it went back to being boring again. So hopefully today will be an enticing and interesting one indeed. Anyway, guys, for those of you guys who haven't done it yet, hit that like button down below. Send it past 100 likes real quick. I see a bunch of you guys starting to come in, starting to file in. And I'm very excited about today. I'm very interested to see what Kate Moss has to say in her video deposition. Hopefully it's very revealing and also shows a kinder side of Johnny Depp. Not just his drug use, which we all already been known that, but hopefully it shows that he's a kind soul, okay? And for those of y'all who haven't done it yet as well, please do not forget to hit that subscribe button, all right? I cover a lot of different topics on this channel. Once this Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial is over, we will be talking about a whole bunch of other things. Hopefully you guys got a chance to check out my show last night revolving around the Robb Elementary shooting. I have to say this really quick. I'm absolutely devastated and very upset about all that has gone down with this. So my thoughts and prayers go out to Robb Elementary School. But eventually they're going to be getting started here soon. But we got to sit back and wait. So do not forget to crush that subscribe button. Crush it. It'd be great to have you a part of the Pascal Show family. But anyway, guys, we are still kind of waiting on a few people, but I wanted to say a quick shout out to Dog Mom. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat coming out strong. Thank you for your hard work. Dog Mom, thank you. Thank you so much for your support. I wouldn't be doing any of this stuff if I didn't have y'all in my corner. Real talk. Without y'all's support, I wouldn't be doing 90% of this stuff. Trust, I wouldn't be. Okay. Megan Million, thank you so much for becoming a member. Yes. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support helps tremendously. So thank you guys. And thank you very, 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 very much. So they have approached the bench. I'm going to pull this up so that you guys can see this. They've approached the bench. We don't know what's really going on. I don't know why this is going on. But I'm sure there's a few things that they're trying to fix and finagle, if you will, and move around for today's depositions and for today's testimonies as well. We got a lot of people coming in at the last minute that the team Depp has decided to just kind of throw out. So we will see what happens here, what's going on here. But yes, Mega Million, thank you so much, Mega Million 1990. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, just showing support as a new member. Thank you so very much. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yeah, of course, real quick before we go into all this, yes, Kathleen on Facebook. Hello, Kathleen. Good morning, sweetheart. I need to watch last night's video because I fell asleep around 7:30 Eastern last night. I don't blame you. Yesterday, I could have slept right after the show, right after the part 2 of our watch party. I would have gone to sleep so fast, like bow. But you know what? At the same time, I'm like, you know what? I need to talk about this story because it's bothering me. It's eating away at me, and there's definitely a need for things to change. Real talk. So if you guys get some time, please go and check out my most recent stream, and it revolves around the Robb Elementary shooting that just went down. And again, my thoughts and prayers go out to all the families that are everybody, the community of Uvalde, because this was absolutely just devastating, a devastating situation. But we are on this story right now. We are back on this trial, back on track, and we have got to talk about this. Okay, so good morning to everybody, and I'm very curious. Let me pull this up since we got a little bit of time. Allegedly, when I think that we have time, they automatically start going crazy, and next thing you know, all this other ish starts going down, and they start talking. But I wanted to pull up the lineup for today because allegedly they're saying Kate Moss is supposed to be on taking the stand today. Let me pull this up. Dang, where is it? So many. So we got Kate Moss, Brian Neumeister, who's a metadata expert, another tech nerd. Okay. Then we got Morgan Tremaine. We got that. Then we have Lydia, and I don't know who Morgan Tremaine is. I swear to God, I have no idea. And then Lydia Phillip, who is a flight attendant. So she will be on, maybe to talk about the boot to the back story to see if that was actually a true story. And she'll be on via video link. We also have Kate Moss, who's going to be on video link, just so you guys know. She's going to be on, basically on Zoom. Okay. Then we have Dr. Shannon Curry, who's a forensic psychologist. So another one. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. We're bringing Curry back. Dr. Curry is coming back. And then allegedly, Johnny Depp is taking the stand. Allegedly. That is the plan for today. So we'll see what's going on. So we got Kate Moss. I'm assuming it's all going to be in this succession. So Kate Moss, Brian, which we already know who Kate Moss is, Brian Neumeister, who's a data expert. We have Morgan Tremaine. She's going to be live. And also, Brian Neumeister is going to be live as well. Lydia Phillip is going to be on Zoom. Dr. Curry's coming back to grace us with her brilliance again live. And then we have Johnny Depp as the final one. So looks like Johnny Depp will be taking the stand. Allegedly. So we'll see. Okay. Sabby, thank you so much for the $39.90. I really do appreciate it. Sabby, thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Um, but yes. So I don't know what they're doing here, but as they do their thing, we can talk a little bit more. So it's a very interesting thing. I watched some of Aquaman, right? I watched it last night. I watched the rest of it after I did my live about the about Elementary. I was like, you know what? Let me just finish this movie because I barely remember it. So I rewatched it. Man, is she bad in this movie? Nothing. She's so bad. She is so bad. And maybe I'm a little biased right now because of all the stuff that we've seen, all the BS that has transpired on the stand, not only just by her performance, but by everybody else that has been a quote unquote expert witness for her. But I watched it again and I was like, man, she's not good in this movie. I mean, Jason Momoa is not great either, but I mean, he's not phenomenal, but he fits the part. He fits the look, you know? But rewatching the movie, I was like, how does everybody say that this movie's so dope? I forgot. I was like, this ain't this movie's just all right. It's just all right. And then but then her performance, you could see absolutely. She's terrible. She's absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible, y'all. So watched that last night and I was like, okay, and I really sat there and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to watch this and I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, right? Just give her a chance. And I'm watching and it's just it's everything. It's everything that she does in this movie. And I'm going, how does this woman have a movie career? How does she even have a movie career? There are so many other talented women that could have blown that entire part to smithereens. Literally. And I'm like, wow, it's not that good. It's not. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. But yeah, I watched Aquaman. Yeah, I watched that last night. I had to rewatch it because I was like, yo, man, I gotta see what's going on. I just gotta rewatch it. And I needed to get my mind off of what happened with over in Texas in Uvalde. And I was like, you know what? Let me just watch some mindless movie, some mindless films. And yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Hell of a cast though, except for her. It sucks. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Emilia Clarke from Mara. There's been rumors about that, like circulating around that maybe that she would do that because they have seen the on camera chemistry that Jason Momoa and Emilia Clarke actually have from Game of Thrones and from what else from like interviews and stuff that they've hung out with each other before. Clearly, there's some sort of chemistry, and I wouldn't be surprised if they gave it to her. She's a fantastic actress, and she needs a job, so give her a job, man. That's a fantastic actress right there. I'm just reading some of your comments. I don't know what they're doing, but again, starting off at a very slow pace. Starting off in a very slow pace. Shannon, you saw it too. Okay, so I'm not the only one. I mean, I rewatched that. I was like, okay, let me give her a shot. Let me just give her a shot. Let me just see what's up. And I watched that movie. I was like, wow, she's not good. There's no. I realized that there's no charisma. There's no charisma with her. It's very weird. the camera likes her but doesn't at the same time. So I get why it took a lot to cut around her. You know what I'm saying? I understand why it took so much time to cut around her because or the magic of editing, because her performance was lackluster. She's forgettable. She's forgettable. Miss Rissa. Yeah, I mean, watch it. Yeah, watch it. Sure. But it's very paint by numbers, the movie. I mean, he looks good. Jason Momoa looks great. He fits that part beautifully. But I just don't know. I don't know why everybody gave it such great reviews. Like, oh my God, it's so amazing. Meh, it's all right. It's just all right. All right. What's up, the letter hack? What's up, man? How you doing, my brother? By the way, let me do this because he deserves the respect and love that he deserves, the respect and love. But we collaborated, and he made some really amazing designs for some new merch, and it's for a limited time only. But I wanted you guys to see this. This is actually created by the letter hack. We're going to be getting started here very shortly, so I just wanted to go through these really quick. Here's Poopgate. Here's Amber Who. And then there's the KFC version. I like it very much. I think it's hilarious. And those are all available to buy. T-shirts, hoodies, cell phone cases.
Are we ready for the jury?
Jury should be coming in very shortly. But this was created by the man right here, the letter hack. Okay. So everybody go check his stuff out. Follow him on Twitter. Hit that subscribe button on his YouTube channel. Dude is very, very talented, and it's been we've been creating some really cool things. We got a lot of other things coming up very, very soon. But hey, had to do a shameless plug to my dude one more time, and we got more coming. Okay, but the jury now, excuse me, is starting to file in. All right, and I'm looking forward to see who is coming up first. Okay. It's time to go. Yes, Miss Estrada, Mrs. Estrada, thank you so much for becoming a member. You guys coming in, being members of this channel, man, you guys have been coming out. Thank you so very much.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand.
Braca. Let's go.
She will be appearing on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear me? Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss.
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Wow.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs.
Oh.
And I hurt my back.
She
How
slipped.
did you?
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no. He never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
There we go.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
All right. Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank
Bang.
you very much.
They're not even
Thank you.
they're not even doing a cross. Wow. Wow. She looked good though, right? She looked
All right, your
good.
next witness.
She looked good. I don't even know how old she is, but
Your Honor, we're calling Dr. Shannon Curry.
she's much
Just give us a
older.
moment to move the TV.
She's much older than Amber Heard. She looked great. As some would say, well preserved. Well preserved. But there you go. It was raining. She slipped down some flights of stairs. Johnny did not push her. It's done. She said that under oath. It's over now. Okay? It's over now. Slipped because it was raining and the steps were slippery. He did not push her. Splatter. How you like them apples? Yes. And they didn't even do a cross, y'all. Ain't no cross. Wow. I expected
All
them to
right.
do
Dr.
something.
Curry?
She's 48 years old. Dang, she looked good. She doesn't like that. Remember that hard 41. Horde 41. Yeah, Kate. Where is that? Damn right, Kathleen, on Facebook. Kate put an end to that with a quickness, like a samurai. One fell swoop.
Good morning, Mr.
Dr.
Dennison.
Curry's
Good
back.
morning, Your Honor.
I'm sure
My name
she's.
is called Shannon Curry, Dr.
Yeah.
Shannon Curry.
That's fine. Ma'am, you're still under oath, so please have a seat, doctor.
I'm sure she's in here to debunk anything that Dr. Hughes has said.
Good morning.
That's my theory.
Good morning,
Let's
Dr.
find out.
Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Braca! Oh, this is going to be
Which
good.
of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that
BRB.
Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation.
Oh, really?
She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Yep.
Okay, the first category you talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results.
Be
What
right
do you
back.
mean by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists. About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you
Yes.
explain that?
Yes. So as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tell us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to endorse. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode. And then she gave the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis. So she gave that to Ms. Hurd. Ms. Hurd endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Hurd's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the Danger Assessment Scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics talk a lot about relevance. Is the test relevant to the purpose? And the Danger Assessment Scale, its initial purpose was completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the conflict tactics scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes to research family violence. Again, there is no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic. If you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have the results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Can you talk specifically about Dr. Hughes's use of the, I think you called it the PCL5?
Yes. So the PCL5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word, because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
What about, well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past, but it's nothing like that. Really, it's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
And Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Long story short, Dr. Hughes tried that. Okay. She tried that, but she's coming in. Dr. Curry right now is just basically saying everything that she did was BS, that was lackluster, watered down, so that they could make it seem like Amber Heard is an angel, where she clearly is not. By the way, good morning, everybody. Thank you guys so much for coming in and being a part of this circus of a trial. I appreciate it. But here it is. Dr. Curry's here to remedy all the issues that are going on in this trial. I feel like she's an incredibly credible witness, more so than Dr. Hughes. Dr. Hughes, remember she had those forms that she filled out, right? Dr. Hughes, and it was very much like she just kind of wrote a little bit of something. She didn't even fill things out. You know what I mean? She didn't fill things out like she was supposed to. She just kind of shorthanded things or left things blank. What kind of doctor does that? Especially for a trial like this, just to make sure that the person is, mentally sound, isn't battling any type of mental health issues. And this woman just kind of coasted through some of these forms and some of these procedures to make it sound like Amber Heard is a damn angel. Now, you wonder where the $7 million went. I think we know where the money went, y'all. I think we know where Amber Heard spent this money. She spent this money on these people, these very, very terrible, quote unquote, expert witnesses that she brought onto the stand. In a way, I kind of hope she gets her money back because none of them worked. None of them. But now we have Dr. Curry back at it again to sit here and clean up shop and let everybody know that Amber Heard's team tried that. Dr. Hughes tried that. It's a damn shame. I know, that's the funny part. She ain't gonna get any of that money back a little bit. She wasted her money. She wasted her damn money. It's tragic, but not really. It's kind of it's like poetic justice. That's all it is. Oh my God.
Dr. Curry, let's look back at some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
Very true, Lady Justice.
And did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the
She tried that, Tamara.
limitations of the checklist
She tried that.
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Heard was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So, for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom. And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
She's got a good point there.
A little bit about
what Lady Justice was basically
ignoring
saying.
response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
Oh, Captain, my captain.
She
Good morning.
administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Hurd, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the CashApp discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Hurd's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of questions on the test. So if a test looks like it's measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness or personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the atypical response scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms. And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Hurd scored so highly on this that even if there is although Dr. Hughes correctly said there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay. What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS-5?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Heard, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Heard and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered incorrectly. She left huge sections, very relevant sections, blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for 2 separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do 2 separate CAPS interviews, period. You don't create your own question system. That is non-standard administration of the test, and it invalidates it.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI, or the Personality Assessment and Inventory, that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What did she fail to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so first she failed to mention that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Heard scored in her score profile against their main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Heard's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So what I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Heard obtained a normal profile on my MMPI too.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Heard already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Heard elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Heard elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale.
That's right, Lacey
And when
Lou.
this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Hurd's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Hurd's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development.
Thank you, Berenice.
Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Hurd, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the
I
reason
agree,
for that is
Rescue.
believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Ben Chu's argument
Were
was
there
fairly strong,
Other
but
results
it
you
wasn't
believe
enough.
Dr. Hughes to have
It was
misrepresented?
all on the technicality. Real talk.
For instance,
Real talk,
the
Res.
TSI-2.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Hurd's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that resulted in the 98th percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98th percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this concept you talked about before called feigning?
Yes.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was self-reports and personal opinion as facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness, or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's very important that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
Man, she mad, but
What do you
she's
mean
like,
by self-report?
but she's trying to find something.
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay.
She looks mad, but she's trying to find
When
something.
did Dr. Hughes do this most?
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person, we have to get consent, and we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Bam.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
There we go.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
Boom. Done.
What about Dr. Hughes' suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger for Ms. Heard's PTSD?
All right.
Okay. Dr. Curry. Dr. Curry getting spicy. See what I did there? She being spicy now, y'all. She killing it. Mike, yeah, exactly, Judy. On Facebook, Mike DeTop. Exactly. Mike DeTop. Mike DeTop. She no, Mike drop, real talk. Yes. She was doing her job. She said countless hours of sitting down with Amber Heard. Countless hours of going through paperwork. Countless hours of research. Dr. Hughes didn't do a damn thing. She didn't do nothing. She just got a bunch of stuff and she just took her word, Amber's word for it, and just went running. Like I said, a paid gig. She did a paid gig. Man, Dr. Curry. All right, Dr. Curry. She coming in hot, but rightfully so. This is the kind of stuff that Amber Heard's team should have done. But they had people who came in to just basically phone it in and didn't do their job. You can't fight facts and research. You just can't.
Dr. Hughes had suggested that perhaps Ms. Heard's PTSD was somehow triggered. What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, cross-examination.
Here we go with the cross. What, if any? Yeah, I heard about that same thing. Oh, shoot. I heard about that same thing, Betty Boop.
Dr. Curry, I just want
Yeah.
to make sure that we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes,
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember,
That's interesting.
you had dinner at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours
Oh, my
with
God.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman,
We going back
Mr.
to the
Chu,
Muffin
and Ms.
Man?
Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had dinner at Mr. Depp's home with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, Ms. Vasquez, and Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes,
And you had drinks as well, correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule, a Moscow mule.
Okay, I was going to
thank
say,
you.
what?
We didn't have animals
Are we in
there as well,
Mexico?
right?
What's going on?
No animals.
Okay, that's good to
We
know.
had a donkey
And,
show.
and you talked about transparency. I just want to make sure you had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes,
And in not one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once did you disclose this in any of your
I
reports.
did not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right. And you talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
He was present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours. Oh, and are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was tasked with conducting an evaluation to
Okay.
determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
you know, we're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations
Okay.
because we promised to get this case to the jury.
Oh, look
So
at
I really
that.
appreciate if you just answer my question rather than trying to go further,
Sure.
okay? Thank you very much. Now,
She's just trying to get her to say yes or no
after
so she
you
has
did have the
control.
dinner, you then provided a designation in February of 2021 in which you said, and this is long before you ever saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits
Elaine.
patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote, correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we did.
But, and that was on the designation, was it not?
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay, and you don't know who did on the
Jeez
legal team,
Louise.
correct?
No,
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right. My extra copies were all distributed before. Does everybody have those?
Not up here anymore.
Okay.
She thinks she got her. It's hilarious. Elaine
Your Honor, can we approach it?
thinks that she got her. Oh my God. She's like, I'm just gonna keep riding this woman because I got nothing else better to do. Here it is. If she went, regardless if she went and had dinner with the team and was just broke bread with them because she was hungry, doesn't mean anything. But she still keeps circling this back, trying to make it seem like, oh, they're coming up with a plan and all that. But look at Dr. Hughes. If they had time, they should have brought Dr. Hughes back and rode her to the ground as well. Well, what she's come out with, Dr. Curry has done so far, she's come out with concise, well-researched, backed information. So it's trash for this woman for Elaine to try to keep riding this woman. She's going to talk about muffins here in a little bit. She's going to talk about the Muffin Man.
Now, you recall testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes,
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I may have. It's difficult. After about 250 cases, it's difficult to remember specifically.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
domestic.
Abuse or violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Oh my God. Oh, okay. Elaine really thinks she got her. This is fascinating. Hit that like button down below, guys, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay.
Elaine wants to bury her somehow. She's trying to find any angle.
Line 16 of page 207, have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? And goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no.
Wow.
Now, you would agree
trying
that the
to-
literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes,
Okay. And you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
absolutely.
Okay.
Wow.
You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders, the SCID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present? you
No,
would use
not
it.
in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Hurd, you said you talked about, you read all of the treatment records, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs,
boy.
who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No,
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
yes,
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection,
Mhm.
right?
yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes,
And did Dr.
not her
Anderson?
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
All right. Did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now, you've said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience Don Hughes has in IPV and domestic abuse and violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive. And she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right. And she spent 29 hours of examination with Amber Heard. Did she not?
That's what she
Yes,
says.
mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right. And she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother.
yes,
Okay. And she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests.
That doesn't
correct?
mean anything.
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay. And so you disregard no, I'm not even going to say that. Okay. Let's go to the CAPS 5 and PTSD. Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her life, correct?
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, it's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event, namely one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp, more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at that?
administered a structured clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, oh, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay.
Hold your
Now,
ground, Dr.
Dr.
Curry.
Anderson's clinical notes that said Amber had come to.
Objection, hearsay.
Hold your
I haven't
ground,
even asked
Dr.
the
Curry.
question yet, Your Honor.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read her notes. I was
Okay.
going to ask a particular question.
Okay.
You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes,
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
sure.
Okay. Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
it, not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score section of that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American Psychological Association Ethical Principles and Professional Code of Conduct, right?
Mhm.
And the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology, correct?
yes,
And Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
yes,
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
yes.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shaw, correct?
That's incorrect.
You say that the designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shaw. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
Okay. But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No,
Okay. Now, you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up date 10 of the trial testimony at page 2710? Are you able to do that, Michelle?
It's all good, Dr. Curry. You got this.
2710, lines 12 through 18.
She got you one time, Dr. Curry. She got you one time. One time.
May we approach?
All right. All right.
She wants some water. She thirsty. And yeah, she's nervous now. Once she got her on that previous testimony saying the thing about her not having anything to do or not certified for DV, and she said no in the previous, Elaine got her. Elaine got her right there. And you could tell her butthole puckered up. She was like, oh, snap. She got me there. And now she's nervous. So she's going to be fine. That's one thing, y'all. But she's going to be fine. Rohit, Elaine going to move to charge her with perjury, conflict of interest. Yep. That's why she's nervous. That's why she's heavily parched now. That's why her demeanor has completely changed, because Elaine got her on a previous testimony that she had a couple weeks ago. It sucks. It sucks.
Thank you, Michelle. Great job.
But Rohit, you're exactly
Does
right.
the witness also have, okay.
Yep.
So, Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case. And if you can look at page 2710, line 13. Now, my question was, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Thank you, Lil Bit.
Including any
Thanks for watching on
abuse?
the big TV.
And your answer under oath to this jury that day was,
Hi to your living
that's
room.
correct.
Hi.
Yes.
Correct?
I still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Hurd abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Hurd, correct?
Exactly, Judy.
Correct.
They can
Okay,
redirect.
and in
So
fact,
hopefully
you
they
said
do.
That's outside the scope.
Save her.
Yes,
Right? Okay.
of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
What's the
Sure.
objection? I'm sorry.
What
Hold on, Dr.
Sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. What's the objection? You're on approach? Okay.
Okay. Michelle Woods, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Elaine keeps pronouncing Camille's name. Yeah, it's driving me nuts too. Vasquez or whatever she's saying. Yeah, it's driving me nuts too, among other things. Yes. I mean, I feel like this is one of the only moments that Elaine can pat herself on the back, unfortunately. This is the only moment that she's got out of this whole entire trial. Weeks and weeks of this trial. This is the only time where she got somebody. And it's only on one thing. So she's not even, she ain't coming in with the two-piece and a side.
You have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further
Good.
questions.
Be
All
done.
right, redirect.
Bye. Redirect. Save her ass. Save her. Save her. Let's go. Come on, Team Depp. Save her ass.
You were asked about the skid.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
That's a good point, Grace.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am.
Man, that was interesting.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research.
Son of
okay?
a gun. Yes. Now here's the thing. The only issue is that she could have easily said something. She could have easily just said, Dr. Curry could have said, I forgot that I said it that way. What I really meant was this. She could have said that, but she didn't. She just went dead silent. She did not respond. So of course, myself is going, whoa, like that.
Just for
Wow.
planning purposes, Sammy asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion. So, okay, just to let you know. They need to work on that. They're going to find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
That wasn't great. Let me just say that. It wasn't. I'll sit here and say this. Gamer Lover said, yeah, that was bad. It wasn't great. I don't think it was bad, but I don't think it was great either. But that doesn't mean anything. She could literally, but I'll say this. She had an opportunity to at least say, I forgot. Or I didn't realize I said that at the time, but I forgot at the time that I am, properly vetted for this thing. You see what I'm saying? I'm properly vetted to do, to cover issues and cases that revolve around DV and IPV. She could have easily said that, but she did not. She went dead silent because she realized she mucked up. She made a mistake. She messed up. But that still does not take away her credibility. That still does not take away what she has said and done so far. That's what I'll say. Still doesn't mean that it's just completely destroyed. All is not lost, in my personal opinion. Okay. And right, you're right. Mrs. Maka, you're right. That would have sounded crazy and argumentative, nutty and argumentative. True. That's very, very true as well. Sure. She didn't say anything. She didn't respond. She didn't say anything at all. That could have been out of nerves, or she was properly vetted before she went up on the stand. And they said, hey, before you do anything, if you find yourself between a rock and a hard place, don't say anything. Keep your mouth shut and don't say a damn thing, and just let them ask the next question. And that's exactly what she did as well. So, it's interesting. She could be charged with perjury, I'm sure, if Elaine really wanted to take her time to do that kind of thing. But I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. But then again, Elaine is grasping at anything she can grasp at for that opportunity. I'm going to try to find that moment again, because that was pretty telling. Okay. Angela said, Boo made her have a split personality disorder. Facts. Blame it on Boo. Remember? Just blame it on Boo. But let me try to see if I can find that moment, because that was a pretty quick moment that happened here. Let's see if it's here.
Dr. Curry, I just want to make sure that we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes.
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed.
Vasquez.
I asked if there was anything I could eat, because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had dinner at Mr. Depp's home. Patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. End of quote. Correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we did.
But and that.
Can we approach it?
All right.
Yeah, this is the moment right here where you can kind of tell, like, she's like, crap. This is my testimony. So what she's showing her is a transcription of her testimony from a couple weeks ago. And now she's trying to pull this out. Elaine's trying to pull this out of her ass, and it worked. It worked, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I mean, of course, I'm gonna it's not always gonna be Team Depp kicking ass. I'm sorry. They caught her on this, man. They caught her.
Now, you recall testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes.
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
Yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult after about 250 cases. It's difficult to remember specifically.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
domestic.
Abuse or violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
There it is. So she said, yes. Excuse me. Yes, I have been. And then here it goes.
Can I take a look? You want? Okay.
Line 16 of page 207, have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no. Now,
She stops dead in her tracks. Instead of her going, I forgot, I've had so many different, and of course she said in the very beginning as well, like I'll give her the benefit, you know what I mean? I'll give her the benefit for a second. She said, after having over 250 some odd such and such, it's hard to remember every single last one kind of thing. So I get her saying yes now and no before. She may have forgotten. Facts. She may have forgotten. Remember when Richard Marx, wherever you go, you know what I mean? Remember when he went up, the master deal maker guy, Hollywood, right? He went up and he was doing his thing, and he was like, "Man, there's so many movies, and there's so many deals I've done for so many movies, I have forgotten that slipped my mind." Like, of course, she's not walking out here memorizing every single last court thing she's ever done. You see what I'm saying? Like 99% of us don't even remember what we ate for breakfast this morning. Okay? Like it's like that. So for that, I look at this. I still think she did a great job, but she got her. Elaine got her right there. Okay? And yes, Teresa, I agree. She did say this weeks ago. Abso-freaking-lutely. And things change over a course of a couple weeks. But you can still look at this as saying, they got her on that one thing. On that one thing. It was one thing, but still, it was a big thing. That's all. Because they're basically trying to make it seem like she may not be as credible as Dr. Hughes. But here it is. Still, to me, no matter what, she is way more credible, way more researched, way more vetted than Dr. Hughes will ever be in any trial that Dr. Hughes ever is an expert witness on. I'm telling you right now. So she held her own, but you could tell right when this happened, just the look on her face right there, she's like, shit. That's it. That's it. She still did a great job. She still did a great job. Very intelligent woman. Very intelligent doctor. But she got her. She got her. Just for that time. She got her. Just on that one time. To me, still does not mean does not automatically mean that doesn't discredit her as an expert witness. It doesn't. It just shows that she slipped up. She just slipped up. That's it. All right. But welcome to our world, right? Some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff indeed. Now, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, this just happened. Now it's over. We're going to be moving on to the next person, to the next witness. I'm going to try to find out who that person is, because right now we've gone through Kate Moss and Dr. Curry. And I say it again, Dr. Curry, excuse me, still did a great job. Still did a good job. There's just that one moment. That one moment. You got to remember, this is one moment out of many moments that we saw Dr. Hughes fall on her face. She had to resort to notes and all that. And of course, Team Depp was like, why is she looking at notes? She should already know this stuff. This could be a script that she's reading right now, just so she knows what to stay on key, to stay on point with everything. The infamous green envelope or green folder that she was carrying around in her briefcase that she brought onto the stand. So she was crashing and burning the entire time. This one thing is just one thing. That's one moment in time. She gonna be fine. But that's the question. Will it throw people off? That's the question. Will it throw people off? We don't know. Will it throw the jury? I'm sorry. Will it throw the jury off? That is a question I think a lot of us are going to be asking. Some people are asking to see a little bit of the Kate Moss piece. I need to find it. I need to find that piece because it was so short. It was so dang short, y'all. Hold on. Let me find it really quick. Blammo. Let's take a little bit. Take a look at this a little bit.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Now, first off, let me say this really quick. I was expecting Kate Moss to be her testimony. Same thing with Jennifer Howell. I was expecting more. So this Kate Moss testimony, I was expecting to see a lot more. But I'll play a little bit of it for you guys. Okay? I was expecting a lot more, other than just the staircase incident. But hey, it's good to have that debunked regardless. Let's go.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
And I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
So that's the only reason why she's there. To recant what happened, 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 to recant what hap walking out in the rain and slipping down a flight of stairs. Literally slipped down a flight of stairs.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
all right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
There it is. But you're right, Aaron, and also Lady Justice. Let me pull that up one more time. So SD was her knight in shining armor that day, swept her up and to safety and got her medical care. Absolutely. Then, so Amber fell for gossip, and it backfired when she tried to use it as evidence. Absolutely. She tried to use it as her story. You know, it gave me flashbacks. I was thinking instantly of Kate Moss. And this is the reason why they had to bring her in. And the funny thing is that this whole thing is a fabricated rumor, is a full-on lie. Period. Kate Moss came up and said her thing, said her piece. But now I want to challenge something. I am so sorry, but this is the inquisitive dude that I am. I got to look at this one more time. It's in Kate Moss's testimony. I got to roll it back just a little bit because I got a question to ask you guys. Because I'm just a dick. Sorry. Pardon the language. It's still early in the morning, but I'm gonna roll this back. Yeah, I'm gonna roll this back one more time. And just take a listen to this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I have to. Let's play it.
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this.
Wait, sorry.
The stairs, and I hurt my back.
Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
This part
No,
right here.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Okay. So he never kicked you, pushed you, or threw you down a flight of stairs. But they never asked her if he has ever put his hands on her ever. Sorry, but I had to say it. Clearly it's technicalities. It's all semantics, and this is the world that we live in. Okay, this is the law. But they never asked her, has Johnny Depp ever put his hands on you like that? I'm sorry. You know I'm on, you know what side I'm on right now, because the one side is full of lies and the other one is full of mostly truths. But look at that. Notice that they didn't say, has Johnny Depp ever put his hands on you? Has Johnny Depp ever hit you? Has Johnny Depp ever choked you or kicked you? She says, no, Johnny Depp has never thrown me, kicked me, or pushed me down a flight of stairs. That's it. So it debunks that rumor, destroys that rumor, but still. They could have asked that, actually. Jamarcus, where's that? Jamarcus says, I don't think they can ask that. No, they can. The whole purpose of them having her on here, aside from debunking that the push that happened down the stairs, the other part is saying, hey, Amber Heard has been saying that this man has been volatile, absolutely violent towards this young woman. She is saying very graphic, detailed, very graphic moments of violence from Johnny Depp himself. This is a woman that was with him for a very, very long time. So they didn't ask that question, but it's very interesting that they didn't ask that question. That's all I'm saying. I'm just stirring the pot because I can. Okay. I'm just stirring the pot because I can, but it looks like they're back at it again. But there was no cross after she went up. There was no cross. And so now we got to see what happens here. You got to remember with Team Herd side, they only have like about an hour of anything, it seems like. So I think they're trying to allot their time, or really be really choosy on what they use to they're waiting for the right times to strike or to cross. So they definitely took their time with Dr. Curry. I'm very interested to see who's going to be next. Real talk. But DeCrevy, thank you so much for the €5. Because the topic was about the stairs, and Kate previously in media said he never put his hands on her at all. Yes, and that's very true too. Like I said, just had to ask the question. I just found it interesting. That's all. Just found it very, very interesting. Doesn't mean that he did any of those things. It doesn't. I just thought the choice of words was very interesting, and her response was very precise. That's all. So what we have here now, and here it is. I don't think he's ever touched anyone. I really don't. And that's one of the questions I think that the opposing side, Team Herd, could have asked in a cross. They really could have, but they decided not to cross-examine her, which makes no sense to me. I still don't know why they didn't do that. To me, she was a crucial character witness that they could have confirmed, denied, debunked any of these stories that Amber Heard has put out, aside from the staircase. Like if he had a history of violence, aside from not pushing her down a flight of stairs. Just saying. I mean, they crossed Dr. Curry, but that would have ate up on some of their time that they have. That's all. They don't have a whole lot of time left. So they're being very, very picky on who they end up cross-examining. And that's what we're going to see. I have a feeling there's going to be a couple other people in their testimonies. They're not going to be doing anything. They're not going to, Team Hurt's not going to cross. When Johnny Depp, because allegedly Johnny Depp is supposed to be on the stand today, they're probably going a lot of their time on Johnny Depp. So I think that's why they're being very picky and skipping people. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Rick said maybe they were afraid to cross her. Maybe. That could have been it too. They could have been like, we don't want to go. We don't want to go there. We don't want to go there. Not today. Not today, Satan. Or maybe they were like, we just don't have time. We just don't have the time. And I know and they probably thought that if we go up and examine her, it'll take a lot longer. And it'll only make Johnny Depp look good. So how does this help our case? So that might be it too. But I think it's kind of both. Time, and also whether or not this is the right time to use up the minutes that they have left. So we'll see here. We'll see here. Yeah, there would have been foundation and hearsays as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then it would just be time wasted as they're trying to cross-examine Kate Moss. But we're still waiting on, let's see. We still have, we went through Dr. Curry. We went through Kate Moss. We still have Lydia Phillip. We still have allegedly Morgan Tremaine. I just saw in a Instagram post or Instagram message. I appreciate the messages, guys. Let me pull this up too. Let me see here. Isabel, thank you so much for the message. She says, "Hi there. I'm watching right now and Morgan Tremaine used to work at TMZ when the video was leaked. The cabinet slamming video was leaked, and an emergency motion was filed yesterday by TMZ to prevent him from testifying." So yeah, for your information, I don't know. And thank you so much for that detail. So TMZ may be trying to stop Morgan from actually going up there and speaking some truths on some things. So we don't know. We don't know if Morgan is going to be coming up here or not. Then, so we still have Brian Neumeister, Morgan Tremaine, Lydia Phillip, and then Johnny Depp. And it's still just 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right now. So we will see what's going on. Oh, the computer crashed. What did I miss? Oh, we just went back through some of the testimony on Dr. Curry, and also we watched Kate Moss's testimony again, which was very short-lived. I mean, it was like 4 minutes long. Marcy C, how you doing, sweetheart? Good morning. $5. Thank you so much. Notice Amber is hugging. Wow. Notice Amber is hugging her lawyers. Like JD's do to him from the beginning. Maybe she's trying to, at the last minute, show that there's some camaraderie going on. I don't know. That's a very random thing to be throwing in at the last minute. Like, I like these guys. We're a team. We're a family. Yeah. Nah, I'm not feeling that at all. I'm not feeling that at all. Indeed. Do me a favor, guys. Go and follow me on Twitter. Okay. And follow me on Instagram. If you're an Instagram person or a Twitter person, either one, or if you're on both, follow me on both. The Pascal Show, one word. And I'm also on TikTok. Follow me on TikTok. I'm trying to use that TikTok. It's a weird platform, but I'm trying to get on that, you know what I mean, and use that more often. So that's also the Pascal Show, one word. But most definitely follow me on Twitter. You know, we're starting to have some really great conversations over there. And my Discord is always strong, is always incredible. And the conversations over there are always lit. So please join my Discord. It has been pretty wild over there for the past couple months, but it's been worth the watch. It's been worth the conversation and worth the watch. Real bloody talk. Okay. But yes, we don't know. We don't know if Morgan Tremaine is going to be on. And there's a good possibility that Morgan Tremaine might not be on. But that is a former employee of TMZ that could literally tell us whether or not that TMZ, they can confirm it officially, if the slamming cabinets mega pint of wine, you want to see crazy, here's crazy, that whole thing. Morgan could literally say, yes, Amber Heard sold this to TMZ, but we will see. We haven't seen anything yet. Apparently TMZ is trying to block Morgan Tremaine from being able to testify today. But Morgan's supposed to be on and is supposed to chop it up and give us some information that I think a lot of us would really, really like to know. You know what I'm saying? So this is going to be very interesting, y'all. It's all good, Marcy C. Thank you so much for the $2. Yeah, I had to kind of look at that and go, who be Luke? Who the hell Luke? Okay, but I do appreciate it. I figured it out after reading it 17 times. Sandra Henderson. I'm trying to find that comment so I can. Oh. Press. Press and no giving sources might be a problem. Yeah. Sarah. Yeah. It could very well be a big problem because that's that person exposing, right? Exposing the whole thing. And that's, that's a bad thing. Real quick, left turn, but Mystic Gaming, thank you so much. How you doing? Good morning, but you're in the afternoon because you're watching across the pond, right? From Great Britain. But if I meet one viewer from the Pascal show, like Lady or Debbie, because those two women are fire, just so you know, I would definitely hug them because they're like family. They're like my family. Absolutely. This entire chat is like a big ass family. Okay. We would have one hell of a cookout. Okay. If we all got together, oh my Lord, the cops would show up like this, like that. You know what I mean? We got a noise complaint. Too many people in one place. All people from all over the world getting along. Who would have thunk it? Right. But I have one of the baddest, one of the dopest, one of the most amazing chats on the internet. And that's without a shadow of a doubt. They're still talking. Wow. What's going on here? Like I can only riff for so long. Oh my God. Oh my God. But real quick, I see over 1,100 people watching the show from on all platforms right now. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Don't forget to hit that like button and don't forget to hit that subscribe button, okay? And if you're watching this on Twitter, you're watching this on Facebook, if you're watching this on Twitch, go and hit those follow buttons and, all those respective buttons so that whenever I go live, you are right there to watch the show. I do a lot of different content other than just the Amber Heard story. Yesterday, late last night, I did some coverage over the Robb Elementary situation. There's more information here, which I will be breaking, hopefully during our lunch break. Do a quick, short breaking of news, some more information surrounding the victims of this horrendous shooting that went down yesterday in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. We're going to be talking about that here and in a separate stream during our lunch break. But I just wanted to let you guys know, hit that subscribe button, be a part of the conversation because we talk about everything here. Not only just one thing, we talk about it all. Okay. And I'm going to try my best to squeeze that in during our lunch break and then try to find some time to eat some lunch. Okay. But we need to talk about it because there's more information and man, does it pisses me off. Okay. It just pisses me off. Rightfully so though, right? Press Start Productions. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat and welcome back to the show, man. Or sweetheart or man. I don't know. My good person. There we go. You would think that in cases of a legal trial, there would be an exemption to the end and support and what? There'd be an exemption to the end. I don't know. And
All right, your next witness.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let's get the jury first, right?
Yeah.
All right, you ready for the jury?
Let's not forget the jury now. What you just said there. Yeah, I feel like there would be, but I haven't seen so far. There hasn't been. I don't know. I'm still waiting to see some more, more evidence or more of this, the testimonies. But right now they're just kind of going back or backtracking on certain things that they have seen or have recently heard, because they've recalled a bunch of these people back in. But now that piece is over. All the people that are coming in from this point on are people that are brand new, allegedly, So we'll see what happens here. I don't know who's next. I do not know who's next. There's Brian Neumeister, Morgan Tremaine, Lydia Phillip, and Johnny Depp. I'm assuming it'll be Lydia Phillip.
All right, thank you.
Via video link.
Ready for the next witness? Or do you
Yes,
want
we
to
call Mr. Depp.
Okay.
Wow, they're bringing up Depp already. Woo! Oh, it's on, baby. It's on. Oh, okay. Johnny Depp coming up to the stand. Oh, he's gonna be on there for the rest of the day. Oh,
So just a
my
reminder, you're
God.
still under oath, okay?
Rescue.
All right, thank you, sir.
Rescue. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Yes. Let's see what happens here with Johnny. Let's go. Thank you for being a member. Welcome to the family,
Good morning,
sweetheart.
Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
He talks very
Yes.
slow.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245?
Colt 45.
And
Always
this is
goes
already in
smooth.
evidence, so permission to please
Yes.
publish.
Oh, yeah.
If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
Yes, works every time.
All right.
Are they approaching? Dag nabbit. Works every time, Heather. Oh, yeah. Colt 45. Anyway, this is going to be wild. I'm very interested to see what they're trying to bring him back on for. But I figured he was going to be the final witness. But I think they're trying to kill some time, given the fact that I think there's some scheduling issue or something with one of their witnesses that they're supposed to be bringing on, because it seemed like the judge mentioned something about scheduling. So I think they're bringing in Johnny Depp now because they got to fill up the time. And like I said, we'll see if Brian Neumeister or Morgan Tremaine or Lydia Phillip are coming onto the stand at all. But it sounded like a scheduling issue with Lydia, because Lydia is going to be doing a video link. She's going to be testifying the same way that Kate Moss just did. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I'm still curious as why they're bringing him on. Why are they bringing Johnny Depp back on? This is fascinating. Hopefully he destroys this and talks faster.
Get it back up. Thank you.
Talk faster, Johnny.
Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement
There we go.
was in August.
Okay.
It was when the piece was
Oh, come on. Why did it go mute? Come on.
It's the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up
Missed all that crap.
Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
Hamburger. Yo, you
This is also already in
Come
evidence.
on.
Thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page or the third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please, thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I did, yes.
And when's the first time that you
Yes.
saw this statement?
The video will stay up on Facebook.
This is
Okay,
the same
Sarah?
as the
Thank you so much for watching.
counterclaim
Or you
to
can go
August
to
2020.
or you can go over to YouTube and find it there too. Okay.
After you saw these statements for the first time,
Have a good
did
day.
you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, the statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or I mean, where they ended up. Or,
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
yes, I do. Yes.
And what is your response to that?
Come on, give us the truth.
It's not exactly true.
Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned
Facts.
for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows
Thank
at
you,
the
Mystic.
Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to
I think he is sober right
rehearse
now.
for we were invited to play at the Rock and Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. I wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard had expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's wrong, but yeah, she's enjoying him being uncomfortable right now. And Tamara, yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what he got wrong, but Ashia, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, like I said before, you guys are making me stay focused and stay on this, and you guys keep making me getting up and keep making me want to get up in the morning and keep watching this monstrosity. He gonna be taking his time, so we're gonna be here till lunchtime. I have a feeling. But again, thank you so much for the $10. Dog Mom, wow. Thank you so much for the $40. Wow, I really appreciate it. Love, we appreciate your struggle. We appreciate your time. We appreciate everything you do to show us this case and give us a voice. We love you, Pascal. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you very, 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 very much, Dog Mom. I really do appreciate it. That is the highest super chat of the day so far. So thank you so much, so very, very much. I need some sound bites and stuff. I need like a little button so I can just, I don't want to be one of those guys that relies on sound bites all the damn time, but I do appreciate like when somebody becomes a member or whenever I get a super chat, it's really, really nice to be able to have that up or have something like that so I can give you guys some more love. You know what I'm saying? So thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. Mega Million 1990. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Yeah, what she said. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Seriously. But yeah, he's going up there. He's up here now. He is kind of, he's uncomfortable. But it doesn't mean that, but it's not because he's uncomfortable because he's lying. He's uncomfortable because I think he's just a hardcore introvert. And he doesn't like speaking out there like this over this uncomfortable
I apologize,
stuff.
Mr. Depp. Could you please continue?
So
what
let's
happened
see.
after Miss Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And that was of concern to her. And because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would.
I think so too, Holly.
Because I'd had a multi for a few years. I'd had a multi-film
Good point, Roberta.
deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So
Good point, Roberta.
I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Oh, come
All right,
on.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Damn.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, it wasn't from an audition. It wasn't from chemistry. Have you seen Aquaman? It is trash.
Well,
her performance is trash. I mean,
I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film.
she most definitely did.
So hopefully, I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Because she's a terrible actress.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms.
Yeah.
Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, is that true or not?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many
also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Can you count it on one hand? 2 hands? 2 feet?
Actually,
whole
not
army of
many,
hands and
not that
feet?
many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA.
Did you see
6, 7?
Amber's
maybe.
And how much
Sylvester
MDMA
Stallone
have you
smirk?
done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly, well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
Yeah. Are you a ghost?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
Are you a
Why
ghost
is
right
that?
now?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes, and probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence?
Keshia, thank you so much for the 5. Then subscribe to my channel, I guess, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out whenever I go live.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
That sucks that YouTube had to look.
Yes,
you had
I
to
do.
look
That's
for me
the,
on YouTube.
That's the
That's trash.
downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
But I'm glad you found
And
me.
can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
I wish I'd show the diagram.
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So
What is she writing down? That's what I'd like to know.
That one here was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here. Back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. She walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please circle
background
where
on the
the
floor.
first? Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head. And the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
What the hell?
And what do you
Come
see on
back.
the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess,
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'm
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger. So that's why the tissue is I'm 99.9% sure, since it is, looks like it's got blood on it as well, is what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo, no, I didn't know. No. Not that I recall, no.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
Ellie, totally true. Thank you for the €5.
It's a text to Dr. Kipper.
He's not pulling for silly faces. Yeah. You could totally tell he's
I'm
uncomfortable.
just reading through. Yeah, this is
Two completely
my
different
text
ways.
to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger, and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay.
All
We've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
Let's go.
This is terrible. I totally forgot about this this text message. but it's like a text message of a very shattered man, heartbroken. A man who, I mean, to me, this is the way I look at it. It's like the part where it says she's so effing ambitious says a lot too. Because for me, it's like that says a lot. Now, of course, that could be a bit of jealousy there talking as well, but at the same time, that was that's a man that is completely destroyed, defeated, emasculated, bamboozled. It's sad, y'all. And he has to relive all that stuff all over again right here in front of the world stage, because everybody and their mama's watching this right now. Everybody is. It's extremely sad. Extremely, extremely sad. Man. But just because it says in the text message, and I know for a fact they're probably going to ride the hell out of this point here. They're probably going to go, well, it says in the letter, it says in the message that you cut your finger off. But it could literally mean that he cut his finger off, or it could literally mean like I cut my finger off, like my finger's been cut off. Or it could also be him just trying to save her. Still trying to save her. Even though his whole tip of his finger, you saw it. His whole finger was like lopped off. I mean, that was insane, y'all. You remember that the other day. You can't unsee that. All right. But a sad email or text message
Mr.
that
Depp,
he
when
sent.
Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what
Mrs.
did you
Maka,
tell him
thank you
about
for the
how your
20.
finger became injured?
Thank you so much for the 20.
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the
You're right, Dr.
damage in the house and everything, and the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Red before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all went and good, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Hurd ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef
Yeah.
and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a
And
private dinner card.
so where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
It's a full-on black eye right there,
I
brother.
think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I
All right.
believe he was about to explain.
Well, I'll state the objection.
Okay. So,
Damn.
Mr. Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye. Yeah.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think no. I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in
Okay,
evidence.
thank you.
We've been seeing those, that one.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this
full-on black
photograph?
eye, y'all.
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left,
Are they going to show this
they asked
new one?
if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This
So another-
photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
So another black eye photo. It might be the one with him, the
Your
fedora,
Honor, I
wearing the
move,
fedora.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into
All right,
evidence.
any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right,
Show it.
1301 is an evidence can be published to the jury.
Show it. Let's see it. I think it's the one in the black and white photo. He's wearing a fedora.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries
It
do you
might be
see
that one.
on your face in
Yep.
this photograph?
Braca.
I see pretty much the same.
Black eye.
I see that
She doing just fine, though.
the
Look at her
area in
face.
here has been, is swollen and, yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Unbelievable, y'all.
Thank you. We can take this down.
Yeah. Proof in the pudding. You can't Photoshop that. He has proof. Where is her proof?
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you?
That's what a black guy looks
in
like.
the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
Yeah, where's the Amica cream? Amica!
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
may we approach Your Honor?
Okay.
I don't understand what the big deal is. Yeah, exactly, Sherry Griffin. But she never hit him until the stairs. It's funny because I'm watching a documentary or a series on HBO Max right now called The Staircase. And that is just, it's just funny that you said that. But where is the Amica? You know, where's the Amica cream when you need it, y'all? But real talk, those are photos of a black eye. She has no photos like that at all.
Please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Ms. Heard took the story and
flipped it,
turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's a rumor?
non-responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Ms. states the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What would you like? What was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, a monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then
it's a good question. Spin cycle
of it. I'd never heard.
They need to eat up time.
That.
They need to eat up time. I think.
Ms. Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Ms. Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Ms. Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, I mean, when I
Thank you,
first met her,
Mariana.
I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney.
We all see pain and difficulty is the opposite of what we saw from Miss
Very
Emma
much.
Cream. That's absolutely true. Absolutely
Because
true.
I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick. And I felt bad for her for that, because it wasn't new. It had been there for life. And that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney.
He likes the underdogs. Clearly.
Very, very quickly, very easily.
He likes
She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
Yeah.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
The underdog. He likes the underdog. He roots for the underdog. Come on.
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, you know, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well,
I wonder if she's
Amber
looking at her
hurt
sister. Why aren't they put the camera on
And
Whitney? Because Whitney's
how
in
do you
the
know that?
courtroom.
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Hurd told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Hurd and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Hurd?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor.
showed the
It's
sister.
gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Go back to Amber or find Whitney, cameraman. Don't give us some weird split screen thing that.
Did you ever see Miss Hurd physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Hurd grab Whitney.
Why is she smirking like
push
this?
her-
It's
push her
it's
around.
disturbing. As it slowly pushes towards
There
her
were
face.
a number.
It's like a horror movie.
There
Psycho
were half a
killer.
dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and
Why
wait
was
in
that?
the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
Did Whitney leave the room? Leave the
And
courtroom?
when you said Miss Hurd would push Whitney around, do you mean that to physically push her or metaphorically?
Both.
You
looks
heard
crazy.
Whitney testify that she lived in penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. and
Oh, that's
Amber
funny.
asked her to leave.
Thank
Get
you,
out.
Amica Cream.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of penthouse 4?
Yes.
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Yes. Oh.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Oh, that's great.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement.
Thank you, Sonia.
But yes, that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
You just want to
Can we
approach?
approach?
Okay.
Well, how you guys think Johnny is doing? I think Johnny's doing a fantastic job so far. But what's really throwing me off, really throwing me off is Miss Amber Heard. Amber Heard. I'm not feeling her right now. I don't know why she's giving off like this weird female psycho vibe right now. Not right now. Now she's trying to look like she's bored. Like, this bores me. I need more. But at the same time, she's smirking. She's just, I feel like it almost seems like she's at the place right now where it's like, F it, I lost. I don't give a damn anymore. We just gonna ride this till the wheels fall off. You know what I mean?
Mr. Depp, just
I
to
don't know.
remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
Miss Amber Heard.
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
Overruled.
So basically, when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we benefited, we did a premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name. You know, it was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant to the
May
issue.
we approach Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he's just debunking and doing all the things that he needs to do to kind of go against all the arguments that they were trying to present about Johnny Depp as far as his generosity and the nice things that he's done for charities and all that. Holly Squires, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Thank you. Thank you for all your time and effort you give to us. It is so appreciated and fun here. And you have such a nice voice. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm glad that you are not annoyed by my voice. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. You know, it's like I've said before, I'll say it again. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. There she is. There is Whitney. Finally, you know, they should have put that on her when he was talking about Whitney, because I would have loved to have seen her reaction on what he was talking about when he was talking about her. He obviously is somebody who roots for the underdog. Clearly, he roots for the underdog. It's obvious. Look at the roles that he plays, you know? Look at all the roles that he plays. Look at the upbringing he had when they broke down his upbringing, how he was abused as a child, all that stuff. You know for a fact that this woman, Whitney, is not proud of herself at all. I don't know how she even looks at herself in the morning. You know what I mean? I don't even know how she sleeps at night. Real talk. She straight up lied on the stand for her crazy, abusive, manipulative sister, who obviously was putting her paws on her sister too, was putting paws on Whitney. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. And I think the reason why that they bonded, Johnny and Whitney bonded so much, is because they were both victims of Miss Erd. That's why. That's it. We read some of the testimony, or some of the declaration of Jennifer Howell. And Jennifer Howell was recanting how Whitney would tell Jennifer how she was abused from her father and then was abused by Amber and has still been getting abused by Amber to this day, I bet.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
Miss Amber Erd.
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
I guess she was gone. I guess she disappeared, Whitney. She might have left because she didn't want to be a part of this part. You know what I mean? Rescue. Thank you so much for the 5. I think she's smirking because she enjoys reliving the pain she caused JD. That could also be it too. She, clearly, she's kind of sociopathic. You know, she clearly loves doing whatever she's doing. She likes being a bad girl. Clearly. All right. So again, Rescue, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And I really do appreciate all the support. Real talk. Real quick, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit that notification bell, because sometimes they like to, suppress streams and suppress content, as you know, on these platforms. So please be sure to hit that notification bell so you know whenever I go live. Also, I do have that join button down below on YouTube. So please join the YouTube channel or hit my Patreon or my Cash App.
Depp, I'd like
it's
to
on the ticker down
take
below.
you back to
Thank you.
exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016.
Check out my merch.
What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end.
Morning, UPSer.
And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay.
What?
What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday.
Okay.
May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order.
Did-
And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done,
Premiered.
was opening.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
No doubt.
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Ms. Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Ms. Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
Relevance
it didn't change
to this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
It's
Sure, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Relevance.
ridiculous.
Your Honor, this is one of the key
If you want to
dates.
approach.
Golly. Yeah, I can see why Johnny's getting upset or getting annoyed. He can't answer anything. Anytime they start going into something heavy that's crucial to this whole case, this whole defamation trial, one of the Heard minions jumps up and sits and says, objection, hearsay or objection. It's like, yo, man, just let him speak. Let him say what he needs to say. You guys let her go up there and lie for days, okay? You let her go up there and lie for days. So let the man tell the truth. Let this man go on and tell the truth. Yeah, Shara. They are straight up trying to block him from telling his side of the story, telling the truth. They all need to sit down. Team Heard needs to sit down and have a muffin. Real talk. They all need to sit down and eat themselves some dry ass bran muffins with no water, nothing to quench their thirst. Okay, straight up. Damn. See, even my dog is upset. You feel me? He ain't having this. He's like, let him talk. Tell him, bro. Exactly. Just saying. Have a muffin. Have a muffin and a smile, okay? And let this man speak. Damn. Just saying. But I keep wondering, like, they're obviously going through this and trying to figure out what needs to be done. And also I want to say this. We all know it's arnica cream. We all know it's arnica. We're just making fun because somebody, because of earlier on in the trial, they kept saying Amica cream, and it was just hilarious. I would share my muffins with just make sure they moist, okay? That's all I'm saying. All right? Yeah, man. My dog is heated for some weird reason. He upset. I'm probably gonna have to take him out for so that they can get stretch their legs here in a second. But yeah. Johnny Depp is doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing, telling his side of the story. Okay. And Nunya Biz, let me tell you something real quick. My dogs don't sleep in my bed. So there's no way for my dogs to be pooping or peeing in my bed. No disrespect to anybody who does that. It's all good. That's on y'all, but I don't do that. Okay. They animals, their feet are on the ground. They drag dirt all over the place. And then imagine taking that dog who's been running around all day in your bed. Sorry, can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Good question.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Oh, overruled.
What? Let him speak, man. What?
Insane.
I didn't expect that to come out of his mouth.
It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted no human being is perfect, certainly not.
I see what you
None
did
of
there,
us.
Fatal. Yeah, that's true, Johnny.
But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have
it's gone.
spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. They have.
Did you want to take lunch at this point or just, okay, all right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Woo-hoo. Okay, so here it is, y'all. You saw it.
And don't break anything on your way out. Thank you.
Yeah, Johnny, don't break anything. Don't break anything on your way, Johnny, because then that'll screw up everything you've been fighting for. That'll screw up everything that you're fighting for. Okay.
All right. So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody, to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there. We do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care
They
of
ain't done yet.
the third-party motion, could I have the attorneys come forward on our,
Oh, come on. Why would you mute that ish? Okay. Well, something, I think somebody hit something and almost fell off, like almost broke, like almost fell off a table or something. And so she was just trying to make a joke. It was nothing. Okay. She was just joking. It wasn't towards Johnny Depp. I was just saying that out loud because, just wanted to make sure he wasn't, going to break anything on the way out the door, because that would just defeat the purpose of everything that he's been working for today and the past 5 damn weeks, right? So I want to see what's going on here really quick. I'm going to let this be on for a second, but as you can see, they're bringing him on because they're trying to have him debunk any of the theories, any of the BS, any of the stuff that she has created. I'm very happy that they asked him what his thoughts were on this whole case, or on her testimony. I'm really glad that we got to hear that a little bit, because it's nice to finally hear his thoughts. Yes, he spoke on it a little bit earlier, a few weeks back, but it's nice to circle back and hear his thoughts about all this. And notice, so we all said it, we all y'all, the fam already commented on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and on YouTube, and you could see how he's reacting, how he is recanting, reliving the moments, talking about these moments. And I know they're two completely different people. They're two different individuals. Okay. But the way that they are talking about these said moments that have happened between them are completely different. How they tell their stories are completely different. One is very big and dramatic and exaggerated. Another one is very quiet, very introverted. I feel for the guy. I mean, look at Johnny right now. I feel for him, man. I feel for the dude. And he's going through a lot like this. Did you see when Tug mentioned the mirror said Carly Simon? I didn't see that. I haven't seen that video, to be honest. But we're gonna have to look at that soon, I'm sure. But of course, they're going to be going into a break here fairly soon. And I'm going to be ending this stream so I can start a new lunch break stream, because there's some new information that's popped off over the recent incident that happened in Uvalde, Texas, that I wanted to kind of brief you guys on and just break to you guys during our little lunch break. And then, of course, start my second part 2 of my watch party. But yeah, I'm not jumping off just yet. I want to hear what's going on here, or if there's anything that is going on here, so that we all know what's going on before we go into the lunch break. But you can see as he's telling the story, it's a drastically different person. Just saying, a drastically different retelling, approach to retelling something that was devastating to you and devastating to your life. One is real and one is not. Or how about this? One is as close to real as it possibly can be, because it's everyone's perspective, right? And one is completely fabricated. It's two drastically different approaches to telling a story. And you tell me, can you spot the liar? Then, you got to remember yesterday we had a whole bunch of people, especially the Morgan Knight, if I'm correct. I think their name seems like there's two Morgans. Yeah, there's two Morgans. So Morgan Knight, right, came in, the owner of Hicksville, USA, with all them trailer parks. It's a trailer palace, as he says. He didn't sound like that, but you know what I'm saying. He totally tells a completely different story about what happened in Hicksville. He also said that the place wasn't in shambles. He walked in and it was like 2 light fixtures were broken. That was it. But as you heard, Whitney recanted the story. Amber Heard told a different story as well. They all said something about him going nuts, ripping the place apart, when the only thing that really was destroyed, allegedly, okay, but this is also according to the owner of Hicksville himself, the trailer palace of America, he said only 2 light fixtures were broken, to the equivalent of $63 he had to pay. But the way they made it sound like, Johnny Depp did thousands of dollars worth of damage in that trailer that they were staying in. Complete and utter BS. Doesn't matter if the dude was sitting there like, maybe responding to the that umbrella guy. Doesn't matter if he responded saying, "Hey, I was there and that was completely different." That is not true at all. If that's the case, then that's the case. He still was there and he still saw what went down. Oh, thank you, Captain, my captain. All right, Captain Fandom Nerd. 1 fixture was broken. My bad. Thank you for the correction. 1 fixture was broken, but they're a matching set, and if you can't find a replacement for 1, you got to buy 2 of them. So they bought 2 of them to replace it, and he had to pay a whopping $63 for both fixtures. Does that sound like a place that was ripped to shreds? Like he went straight up rock star, 1980s rock star, just trashing a hotel room? No. $63 mother-loving dollars, y'all, worth of, you can just say, quote unquote, damage. And that's also the same time where he was doing a full cavity search on her body, especially in her nether regions. Yes, she was fine the next day. Just doesn't make sense, guys. All this is a fabrication, and I feel bad for Johnny Depp. And I'm going to say this again. Be careful on who you bed. Be choosy on the company that you keep, because you might have somebody and you see those warning signs and you just completely ignore it. At the end of the day, it's like, well, that's on you now. Especially when you got friends of yours who are sitting there going, do not marry this woman. Don't do it. If that's the case, sometimes you might have to sit back and just sit and think. And it's not only just don't marry this woman. It's friends. You got friends out here that like, girl, you better not marry that man. Plenty of people have that friend out there too. Plenty of girls got that too. Maybe you might want to listen to your friends and your family members or your loved ones if you're getting that huge ass warning sign. Because for a fact, a lot of us get lost in the sauce. We get lost in the sauce of love. And we go, no, he loves me. No. If everybody else on the outside is looking in and they're saying, wow, that is a toxic that's bad. You might want to reconsider. Rohit, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I found out that Morgan did, in fact, follow someone called Johnny Depp fan, and he unfollowed him after the testimony. Oh, damn. That's not good either. Thank you, Rohit. I appreciate you giving me that information. But yeah, that's bad. That's not great either. But that still does not mean that he wasn't there and saw what went down. You see what I'm saying? You got to look at how the stories are being presented to us and how they're being performed. Just because he followed a Johnny Depp fan account does not mean that his side of the story is incredible. Just saying. And I also would sit there and say, like, let me see. I want to see like a bill that was sent to, you know what I mean? I'd want to see a bill that was sent to Johnny or a bill that was paid by Johnny from Hicksville just to show proof of that. If they wanted to take it a step further, like we don't believe him because he's following a Johnny Depp fan Twitter account. And if that's the case, then show up with the bill. Here's the bill. It was $63 because we had to buy a second matching. We had to get a matching pair for the light fixtures, so on and so forth. Here it is. Then that would debunk everything. There was no other damage to the place? No. You sure? You don't have any photos of that or any documentation of restructuring the entire space that Johnny Depp allegedly broke and destroyed? See what I'm saying? But we'll see. We will see. What is going on here, y'all? Yes, Catherine Kennedy. Absolutely. I mean, he was in love, and it happens to us all. We get lost in the sauce. We definitely do. We get blind with love. We get blind with lust sometimes. We get blind with that, especially with Johnny. It was kind of like that new young thing. She's a Hollywood starlet, as a shout out to Tug, that Aquaman starlet. That certain Aquaman starlet. Now, if that's the case, like, okay, I get it. Happens to the best of us. But still, if it ever goes to this place, if it ever goes to this level, oh my God, run. That's all I'm trying to say. Run. Rohit, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. My fiance savagely broke my heart and treated me wrongly, not an AH level, mind you, but she had the blessing of everyone around us to get married. I can see something similar happening to Johnny. That is true too. I see your point. Like sometimes though, they are a wolf in sheep's clothing. They will show you the best of them till it is time to tie the knot. And then suddenly they go, I got him. And then they just unleash the beast. Right? That could very well be it too. Whitney looks guilty as hell. Look at that girl. Look at her real quick before it goes away. She looked guilty, yo. She looked guilty as hell. Guilty. All right. But there's plenty of people out here. All right. Lateef, thank you so much for the $10 Cash App. I really do appreciate it, man. For lunch, I really do appreciate it. I will definitely be using that money for lunch. So thank you. Thank you again. But I don't know what's going on. I don't know if this is eating into, see what I did there? I don't know if this is eating into the lunch break or not. I was hoping that I can do this this other live to break the story with you guys real quick, a quick 20-minute live, so that I can go and order some food and do my thug thizzle. But I still don't know what's going on. Court is still full. No one's left yet. I guarantee you everybody's sitting here on pins and needles, edge of their seats, trying to find out what's going on here, y'all. But do me a favor while we're waiting, hit that like button down below. Do not forget to hit that subscribe button, all right? It'd be greatly appreciated, all right? And also, there is merch. I have merch. The link to my merch store is linked to the top of the chat. on YouTube. So please go over there, check it out, buy yourself some. You know what I mean? We got some really, really dope designs, some Amber Heard, Johnny Depp design type stuff. Yeah, it'd be great to appreciate the support. Okay. Third party motion going on. Interesting. Oh, this has to do with the TMZ. Maybe they're trying to figure out if the TMZ guy can testify. You know what? That's a very good point too. Because allegedly the TMZ guy can't testify. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell that's all about. Real talk. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with that. I'm still trying to figure that out. Let me see this. Morgan. Interesting. So this says, who is Morgan Tremaine, journalist privilege in Depp trial? Let's see. TMZ has filed an emergency motion to try to stop a former employee from testifying in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Lawyers for celebrity news outlets have intervened to prevent Morgan Tremaine from testifying and potentially revealing an anonymous source on the grounds of journalist privilege. The story Tremaine was expected to discuss is an article published on April 12th, 2016, titled "Johnny Goes Off on Amber, Smashes Wine Glass, Bottle." Let's see. Depp and Heard are currently reaching at the end of the $50 million defamation trial. So on and so forth. The case relates to a 2018 op-ed, which we already know. Of course, we already know that she did not name him. Tremaine was set to be the latest witness to take the stand, but TMZ has temporarily prevented that from happening. What is the story? In August 2016, TMZ published an article with an accompanying video showing Johnny Depp slamming cabinet doors shut in the kitchen, what appears to be of his home. Now, the footage appeared to have been shot by Heard. We already know it was Heard. The tape has been shown multiple times over the years and was used as evidence in a current defamation case. The accompanying article with the video includes details from somebody only referred to as sources connected with Johnny. There is no byline on the story to determine whether or not Tremaine broke the story.
Thank you.
Interesting. So they're worried about him actually breaking and saying who his source was and all that. That's why TMZ doesn't want to say anything, because I'm sure.
Okay.
May I approach?
Sure.
Because I'm sure.
Thank you, sir.
TMZ is still in cahoots with that source. So that's very interesting. Rescue, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it.
I got to make this relatively short, as you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have read your motion and the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases, and I have reviewed it. So I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit. But anything you wish to add to that is fine. If I could focus you a little bit. Okay.
Who's this dude?
All right. Yes, sir. As far as
who the hell is this dude?
Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508. That's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention.
Who is
For the record,
this?
Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr.
Yes,
Here
sir.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment.
This is
For the
interesting.
celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it
You
comes to
mean
reporting news
Amber
in the
Heard?
public interest. As the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard. We're really
Right.
here purely on the First Amendment-based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus, 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in the position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
But if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify, so there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Are subpoenaed?
That's incorrect, Your Honor. He's voluntarily, a subpoena from this court would not be enforceable.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
And if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure,
He's
but
still coming in.
I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly. And that's why I'm saying all your cases that you showed were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right, and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee and you have some avenues to go.
Let him come on.
Deal with that.
But once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and to intercede.
Right.
And Your Honor, the privilege, I know, Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege, it has been recognized by the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case and applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public. Without the ability to enforce its promises by current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand, Mr. Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
Oh my gosh. Is this during the lunch break or is this not the lunch
Good morning,
break.
good afternoon, Your Honor. I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene.
Yes.
Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions.
Yes.
As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote, Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed, PC versus Bank National Trust Co., 2013 Westlaw 5849140, granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had
Facts.
an NDA that was enforceable,
Facts.
applicable,
Good call.
and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the
Good
extent that
job,
TMZ,
Benchu.
which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, to the extent they have
Yes.
a beef, as it were, a cognizable beef, it is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they're not intervening as a party, plaintiff, or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments
That's
why
right,
the
sir.
privilege is inapplicable, but I will
right.
reserve that.
Thank you. All right, yes, ma'am.
Great argument.
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Hurd, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is somebody who should have been identified in discovery, was never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Heard was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather violent. I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Heard, so I think it's never going to come in.
Right. Ms.
Wow.
Bernhardt, I understand all that argument. Do you
hearsay.
have any argument as to this particular motion?
No, my
Okay, well, then we can address
Well,
you.
my point is
Cut
that
it
if
off.
you balance the prejudice versus the probative value, I don't even see how he can come in on foundation or
Well,
hearsay or.
Bye.
That's
Bye.
just not part of this motion at this time.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Tobin, your motion, you get the last word, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, I appreciate that
Rescue,
the
absolutely.
court shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
Let me tell
But
you,
they were
Rescue.
already in the case in that particular.
I understand.
matter.
There is no other mechanism, though, and so
Thank you for the
it's-
20.
It would be an interesting procedural issue for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalism
My ass would be
organization
in
or
that
anybody
court
else who's a
with
First
my
Amendment
daughter.
holder would be denied intervention
Period.
on a
Point blank.
constitutional-based
Full stop.
privilege. I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood Mr. Chu correctly, he said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, if it's not an issue in the litigation, if it's not part of
Hell yeah,
a
Catherine.
prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint, if it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case, under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip Morris versus ABC News, it is not supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation
That's right.
unless
press
he
start.
asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee, a loyal or a rogue employee's privilege to waive on behalf of its employer. This is an unusual situation.
Tell me about it.
But the answers are there in the law.
It's getting weak.
It is a First
She's like, this is
Amendment
getting
concern.
ridiculous.
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
For
Facts.
either
tell
of
you
us,
for Mr. Tobin.
For anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today, and I
Thank you,
appreciate your
Your Honor.
arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, in this matter, under Virginia Rules Supreme Court 3:14,
Let him
a
on.
new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the
They hella
the
scared.
corporation that TMZ
TMZ is scared too.
belongs to, is under their umbrella.
Hella scared.
In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the
Hella
criminal
scared,
defendant to
Bernice.
subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is
Then
not
that's
germane
on
to this
them.
matter
Exactly.
and can be litigated in a separate matter
Exactly.
if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah,
for the record?
Ashley, Mr.
Oh, my
Your Honor,
Lord.
I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully. And so.
For the record, yes,
For the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when
What?
Mr. Tremaine is questioned?
What?
Question by question.
Hell no.
No, sir, you're not
You're
party
not
to
part
this
of
case.
this.
However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
Right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
What?
Microphone.
Turn on the damn
As with the
microphone, Elaine.
Hicksville witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury.
No.
To find out when he contacted counsel and when they became aware of it. And
Say
I
no.
think also, under the circumstances, in fairness, I think we should at least be able to ask him what he's going to claim.
Say no.
Response.
Your Honor, I don't think that's appropriate. Certainly, I don't think a proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer in this matter. Okay? All right. So, Mr.
Let's
Rattenberg,
go.
you're almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry. But I truly am the messenger here.
She's like,
Just inform me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay, all right, okay.
they
That's
tripping.
fine. I think we need
They
Ms. Myers.
tripping. She's like, I got a sandwich. I got a tuna melt over here that's still, I thought it was hot. Now it's cold. Come on, man. I ordered a Papa John's. I ordered a Papa John's. Oh my God. This is what I've been waiting for. Oh, have mercy. Thank you. Judge is like, come on, we got to eat. She's like, I'm hungry. I need to get away from this circus. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is amazing. Oh, TMZ's tripping. TMZ's tripping. And you want to know why they tripping and why Amber Heard's team is tripping? Because they know for a fact the source is Amber Turd. Okay, it be Amber Heard. I don't care. I don't care what anybody thinks. You know for a fact that the source that TMZ received that video from is none other than Amber Heard and no one else with the bomber clot. I'm telling you. That's why they're tripping. That's exactly why TMZ's tripping as well. But what's great is that if he goes up and says anything, shoot, it's on him.
All right.
Then
So
TMZ
court
can
will
sue
be
his
recessed.
ass.
Let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay?
Okay.
All right, 2:00.
Dang, ma'am. Going back at 2. She's like, I'm out. Bye. Shoot. That was hilarious. That was a circus. But I'm here for it, y'all. I was here for it. Oh my God. They just started tripping. Your Honor. Come on, y'all. Come on. It was brilliant. I'm glad that she decided. She said, nope, we good. We're still bringing him on because whatever issues that they have with him have nothing to do with this case. If they subpoena him and it said he will come in and gladly testify, and if he happens to say under oath who his source is that leaked that information to him, that's on him. And that would be between him and TMZ alone. That has nothing to do with this case. If he signs an NDA and decides to a non-disclosure agreement and decides to be out here in these streets doing whatever he wants, saying whatever he's saying under oath, and TMZ has a huge problem with that, well, there you go. Then they can take him to court and sue that ass. But they can't sue, or they can't sit there and try to stop him from actually speaking. That is on him and his decision alone. He has the freedom to speak whatever he wants to speak. Yeah, not MDMA. A non-disclosure agreement, okay? NDA, okay? You're funny. Y'all are funny. But there you go. So there it is, y'all. I'm super hype about it. And yeah, if TMZ wants to sue him, they can. They can. But it sounds like he is more than happy to come onto the stand and speak his truth under oath. If he had a huge problem with it, he wouldn't have shown up. He wouldn't be doing this voluntarily. So they're not going to do a voir, whatever they say. I forgot what it's called. The voir something French. Les amants, les enfants, les fromages. I don't know what it is, but it's something where they can, what they did with Morgan Knight, where they can check in on him, make sure that like voile something. But anyway, they something French, okay. But they get to go and ask him some questions like they did with Morgan Knight. The judge said, hell no, just to make sure he cool and that he's the right kind of witness for this trial and that he wasn't vetted before he came onto the stand. The judge said, nah, we gonna bring him in. He gonna sit his ass in that stand and he's gonna squawk. So let it be what it is. So there it is, y'all. Man, that was amazing. That was exactly what I needed it to be. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Oh my Lord. Real quick, we got a couple super chats. Ferris Fly, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Do you think team or TMZ will try to bribe him to stop talking within this hour lunch? You know what? That's a good possibility. You never know. Everybody else on Team Heard's side, it feels like they have been paid. They've been paid off to do all this ish. Real talk. Zoe Zeppelin, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Shout out to my hubby, Ray Figueroa. I can't say that last name. I'm so sorry. Who's watching this live at home? Love you, sweetie. Woohoo, Team Depp. And I'm sorry if I most likely destroyed his last name. But Ray, you know, Zoe's saying, "What's up, doe?" and that she loves you. All right. And thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Zoe Zeppelin. Okay. Hold on 1 second. We got people out here acting a dang fool. So what do you guys what are your thoughts on the first half of this watch party part 1? What are your thoughts on it so far? Are you feeling it? Are you not feeling it? So on and so forth. Okay. There's some weird, crazy Figaro. Hold on. Let me see. Figaro. You. You're killing me, man. I'm dying here. Somebody needs to I need to look it up. Figoria? I don't know. I'm so sorry, Ray. Sorry. Ray, you're the bomb. Welcome to the fam. And thanks for watching. But anyway, Figueroa. I'll just go with that. Figueroa. There we go. Yeah, Roa. Thank you, guys. Ray Figueroa. I'm dead, guys. I'm dead. It's been a long day of talking, okay? It's only been half the day, by the way, of talking, okay? But anyway, Ray. Okay, Figueroa. There you go. Wifey says hello, okay? And that she loves you. Anyway, what are you guys' thoughts on this whole situation so far? What are you guys' thoughts on it? You know what I mean? Johnny Depp's deposition or his testimony has been pretty solid in my personal opinion. It's nice to hear him come back and say what he needs to say on all this, especially circling back. This is going to seep into the jury even more. I think that's a very, very big move on their part. Then also, he still needs to be cross-examined. I'm assuming he will be cross-examined by the team Heard side, but we will see. We will see what happens here. And then after that, at some point today, we still have Morgan Tremaine from TMZ coming live on the stand to speak up and say some things. I think he's live. If I'm correct, he is live. I think he's live. I'm just going to check one thing just to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Because if I'm correct, he is coming in live. Where it be at? One more thing. One more time. Yep, he is live. So he will be in person to talk about all this stuff. All right. And if Team Depp wants to ask him who his source is, he can. And he will have to answer that under oath unless Team Heard throws out an objection for whatever reason and the judge ends up sustaining it. If that gets sustained, then we'll never find out who his source is of the video. But we now know that TMZ is adamant about not having him expose the truth, expose their source. So this is a very big moment that's going to happen in a little bit, and hopefully after lunch. Remember, Team Heard doesn't have a whole lot of time left. They have minutes. Literally, they got minutes left before they have to just sit there. They can't do anything. So whatever they use, whatever time that they use has to be used properly. So if they decide to go back on Johnny here at part 2 of our watch party, if they decide to go after Johnny about this stuff, they got to be very careful because they're eating away at time. Again, they don't have a whole lot of time, so they got to be very careful with the time that is spent. If they sit there and they linger on one question for 20 minutes, that's 20 minutes of that they don't have. You see what I'm saying? So I'm very interested in that, KB. I don't know how much time they have left, each of them, but we know that Team Depp has a lot of time left. They still have plenty of time left. So they're going to bring on Morgan Tremaine, hopefully at lunchtime. We also got this too. We still got Mo hitters coming up. We already went through Dr. Curry. We already went through Kate Moss. We just did Johnny Depp, unless he gets cross-examined, which will most likely happen after the lunch break. But we still have Brian Neumeister, if they actually are going to bring him in. He's going to be live. And we still, of course, we have Morgan Tremaine, but we also have Lydia Phillip, which will be testifying via Zoom, okay? And she's a flight attendant. And I guarantee you, she's probably the flight attendant that was in the same plane when allegedly Johnny Depp decided to put a boot to Amber Heard's back. So we're going to find out what the truth is here too. Lady Justice, that's hilarious. That what if Annie ate Elaine's time? Absolutely. Absolutely. Destroyed it. Gobbled it all up. What if any? Man, that needs to be a t-shirt. Amica and what if any for sure. And couch. I need to do a t-shirt that says couch. I need that bad. But anyway, guys, let's see here. Kelly, thank you so much for the $2. I thought this witness could plead a fifth. He might be able to. He might be able to, but I don't know yet. We're gonna find out when he gets on the stand. He might be so adamant about showing truth for Johnny Depp's side that he's probably gonna be like, I don't give a damn. I'm telling the truth right here. These people are liars, or Johnny Depp is a liar, or whatever. We don't know what's going to come out of this dude's mouth. He could very well be like, hey, I'm going to put out the truth because I'm tired of the lies. And I want that to happen. I want him to come up and tell us either side, whether it's Johnny or if it's Amber Heard or if it's Amber Heard's closest friend, if it's Whitney, it could be, you know what I mean? It could be anybody who leaked this stuff. So I'm with it. I'm here for it. I want to see him expose the damn truth. Okay? Period. Mystic Gaming, wow. Thank you so much for the 100. Wow. Thank you for the 100 pounds. Thank you so much. This is going to be awesome for sure. I cannot wait. And it's going to be worth every stitch of time that we've been wasting on. I hope. Actually, I take that back, y'all. Let me say this really quick, man. Okay, Kate Moss, I was expecting that to be like huge bombshells. You know what I'm saying? I was expecting them to just like mind blown. Oh my God. She said, what? No, not at all. Jennifer Howell, same thing, except there are some things in Jennifer Howell's testimony that was very, very interesting. That video deposition, was she bribed? We got to talk about that at some point too. Okay, we got to talk about that too, because it seemed like she was bribed. She got a like $250,000 check apparently from Amber Heard. Just saying, just a little strange, don't you think? Just a little strange. But at the same time, that was kind of like meh. I was expecting it to be bombshells, and then it was like meh. Just a wet noodle, just kind of sad. You know what I'm saying? So all these big bombshell testimonies have been kind of lackluster. I'm glad that they showed up. Means that we're getting closer to the end, but I was hoping that they'd be a little bit more revealing. So hopefully this latter half will be a lot more revealing, a lot more mind-blowing, and a lot more entertaining. So we will be talking about that or watching together in part 2, because I'll be ending this stream here very shortly here. Okay. Holly Squires, thank you so much for the $5. We've been taking shots every what if any, but couldn't keep up. Yeah, I guarantee you'll be drunk if you go back and just watch one of her. Just questioning anybody. She says, what if any, like 15 million times. It's like, oh my God. Or do you recall? What if any, over and over and over again? But anyway, guys, excuse me. That is part 1. That is part 1 for the day. Okay, we got part 2 coming up very, very shortly. I was going to do a lunchtime story to break here, but there's not enough time. I needed some time to not talk, and I need some time to get up and walk around, order some food, and get back here for part 2. So please, I'm going to be killing this feed here, and I'll be starting up another one right before this trial starts, and we will watch part 2 together as a family. I'm really looking forward to it. It should be a very, very entertaining time. Hopefully they don't linger too long on Johnny Depp, but they might. They just might. So we'll see what happens here. But we are here for it all the live long day. Anyway, guys, it's time to get going. I'll see you guys in about 40 minutes from now, okay? I'll just be doing my live about the elementary school here after this this part 2 viewing, because I need to walk around. I need to walk around a little bit. Okay. So anyway, guys, I will see you guys very soon. Hit that like button down below. Do not forget to hit that subscribe button. Okay. And I'll see you guys in part 2. It's going to be worthwhile. I'll see you guys in a minute. Be good to yourselves. Be